must effectually remove the false impressions which a misapplication of other parts of the work was calculated to make. They have at the same time an intimate connection with the more immediate design of this paper, which is to illustrate the tendency of the Union to repress domestic faction and insurrection. A distinction more subtle than accurate has been raised between a confederacy and a consolidation of the states. The essential characteristic of the first is said to be the restriction of its authority to the members in their collective capacities, without reaching to the individuals of whom they are composed. It is contended that the National Council ought to have no concern with any object of internal administration. An exact equality of suffrage between the members has also been insisted upon as a leading feature of a confederate government. These positions are in the main arbitrary. They are supported neither by principle nor precedent. It has indeed happened that governments of this kind have generally operated in the manner which the distinction taken notice of supposes to be inherent in their nature, but there have been in most of them extensive exceptions to the practice, which serve to prove as far as example will go, that there is no absolute rule on the subject, and it will be clearly shown in the course of this investigation that as far as the principle contended for has prevailed, it has been the cause of incurable disorder and imbecility in the government.
The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states, so ratifying the same. The word that being interlined between the 7th and 8th lines of the first page, the word being partly written on an erasure in the 15th line of the first page, the words is tried, being interlined between the 32nd and 33rd lines of the first page, and the word being interlined between the 43rd and 44th lines of the second page. Attest William Jackson, Secretary.
Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states. Present the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America.
The 12th in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names.
The other point of difference is the greater number of citizens, an extent of territory which may be brought within the compass of republican than of democratic government, and it is this circumstance principally which renders factious combinations less to be dreaded in the former than in the latter. The smaller the society, the fewer probably will be the distinct parties, and interest composing it, the fewer the distinct parties and interest, the more frequently will a majority be found of the same party, and the smaller the number of individuals composing interests, you make it less probable that a majority of the whole will have a common motive to invade the rights of other citizens. For if such a common motive exists, it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength and to act in unison with each other. Besides other impediments, it may be remarked that where there is a consciousness of unjust or dishonorable purposes, communication is always checked by distrust in proportion to the number whose concurrence is necessary. Hence, it clearly appears that the same advantage which a republic has over a democracy in controlling the effects of faction is enjoyed by a large over a small republic, is enjoyed by the Union over the states composing it. Does the advantage consist in the substitution of representatives whose enlightened views and virtuous sentiments render them superior to local prejudices and schemes of injustice? It will not be denied that the representation of the Union will be most likely to possess these requisite endowments. Does it consist in the greater security afforded by a greater variety of parties against the event of any one party being able to outnumber and oppress the rest in an equal degree? Does the increased variety of parties comprised within the Union increase this security? Does it, in fine, consist in the greater obstacles opposed to the concert and accomplishment of the secret wishes of an unjust and interested majority? Here, again, the extent of the Union gives it the most palpable advantage.
New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress shall the Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. And nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion and non-application of the legislature or of the executive. When the legislature cannot be compared against domestic violence. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes. As part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the ninth section of the first article, and that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equivalent. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, the senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
It is in vain to say that enlightened statesmen will be able to adjust these clashing interests and render them all subservient to the public good. Enlightened statesmen will not always be at the helm, nor in many cases can such an adjustment be made at all without taking into view indirect and remote considerations which will rarely prevail over the immediate interest which one party may find in disregarding the rights of another or the good of the whole. The inference to which we are brought is that the causes of faction cannot be removed, and that relief is only to be sought in the means of controlling its height. If a faction consists of less than a majority, relief is supplied by the Republican principle, which enables the majority to defeat its sinister views by regular vote. It may clog the administration, it may convulse the society, but it will be unable to execute and mask its violence under the forms of the Constitution. When a majority is included in a faction, the form of popular government, on the other hand, enables it to sacrifice to its ruling passion or interest both the public good and the rights of other citizens. To secure the public good and private rights against the danger of such a faction, and at the same time to preserve the spirit and the form of popular government, is then the great object to which our inquiries are directed. Let me add that it is the great desideratum by which this form of government can be rescued from the opprobrium under which it has so long labored, and be recommended
majority, having such coexistent passion or interest must be rendered by their number and local situation, unable to concert and carry into effect schemes of oppression. If the impulse and the opportunity be suffered to coincide, we will know that neither moral nor religious motives can be relied on as an adequate control. They are not found to be such on the injustice and violence of individuals, and lose their efficacy in proportion to the number combined together. That is, in proportion as their efficacy becomes needful. From the New York Packet, Friday, November 23, 1787. To the people of the state of New York, among the numerous advantages promised by a well-constructed union, none deserves to be more accurately developed than its tendency to break and control the violence of faction. The friend of popular governments never finds himself so much alarmed for their character and fate as when he contemplates their propensity to this dangerous vice. He will not fail, therefore, to set a due value on any plan which, without violating the principles to which he is attached, provides a proper cure for it. The instability, injustice, and confusion introduced into the public councils have, in truth, been the mortal diseases under which popular governments have everywhere perished, as they continue to be the favorite and fruitful topics from which the adversaries to liberty derive their most specious declamations. The valuable improvements made by the American constitutions on the popular models, both ancient and modern, cannot certainly be too much admired, but it would be an unwarrantable partiality to contend that they have as effectually obviated the danger on this side. As was wished and expected, complaints are everywhere heard from our most considerate and virtuous citizens, equally the friends of public and private faith and of public and personal liberty, that our governments are too unstable, that the public good is disregarded in the conflicts of rival parties, and that measures are too often decided not according to the rules of justice and the rights of the minor party, but by the superior force of an interested and overbearing majority. However anxiously we may wish that these complaints had no foundation, the evidence of known facts will not permit us to deny that they are in some degree true. It will be found indeed on a candid review of our situation that some of the distresses under which we labor have been erroneously charged on the operation of our governments. But it will be found at the same time that other causes will not alone account for many of our heaviest misfortunes, and particularly for that prevailing and increasing distrust of public engagements and alarm for private rights, which are echoed from one end of the continent to the other. These must be chiefly, if not wholly, effects of the unsteadiness and injustice with which a factious spirit has tainted our public administration. By affection, I understand a number of citizens, whether amounting to a majority or a minority of the whole, who are united and actuated by some common impulse of passion or of interest adverse to the rights of other citizens, or to the permanent and aggregate interest of the community. If a single member should attempt to usurp the supreme authority, he could not be supposed to have an equal authority and credit in all the Confederate States. Were he to have too great influence over one, this would alarm the rest. Were he to subdue a part that which would still remain free, might oppose him with forces independent of those which he had usurped, and overpower him before he could be settled in his usurpation.
Should a popular insurrection happen in one of the Confederate States, the others are able to quell it.
Should abuses creep into one part, they are reformed by those that remain sound. The state may be destroyed on one side and not on the other. The Confederacy may be dissolved, and the Confederates preserve their sovereignty. As this government is composed of small republics, it enjoys the internal happiness of each. And with respect to its external situation, it is possessed by means of the association of all the advantages of large monarchies.
I have thought it proper to quote at length these interesting passages, because they contain a luminous abridgment of the principal arguments in favor of the Union, and must effectually move the false impressions which a misapplication of other parts of the work was calculated to make. They have at the same time an intimate connection with the more immediate design of this paper, which is to illustrate the tendency of the Union to repress domestic faction and insurrection.
A distinction more subtle than accurate has been raised between a confederacy and a consolidation of the states. The essential characteristic of the first is said to be the restriction of its authority to the members in their collective capacities, without reaching to the individuals of whom they are composed. It is contended that the National Council ought to have no concern with any object of internal administration. An exact equality of suffrage between the members has also been insisted upon as a leading feature of a Confederate government. These positions are, in the main, arbitrary. They are supported neither by principle nor precedent. It has indeed happened that governments of this kind have generally operated in the manner which the distinction taken notice of supposes to be inherent in their nature, but there have been in most of them extensive exceptions to the practice, which serve to prove, as far as example will go, that there is no absolute rule on the subject, And it will be clearly shown in the course of this investigation that as far as the principle contended for has prevailed, it has been the cause of incurable disorder and imbecility in the government.
Referring the examination of the principle itself to another place. As has been already mentioned, it will be sufficient to remark here that, in the sense of the author who has been most emphatically quoted upon the occasion, it would only dictate a reduction of the size of the more considerable members of the Union, but would not militate against their being all comprehended in one Confederate government. And this is the true question in the discussion of which we are at present interested. So far are the suggestions of Montesquieu from standing in opposition to a general union of the states that he explicitly treats of unconfederate republic as the expedient for extending the sphere of popular government and reconciling the advantages of monarchy with those of republicanism. It is very probable,
Says he won.
that mankind would have been obliged at length to live constantly under the government of a single person, had they not contrived a kind of constitution that has all the internal advantages of a republican, together with the external force of a monarchical government.
I mean a confederate republic.
This form of government is a convention by which several smaller states agree to become members of a larger one which they intend to form. It is a kind of assemblage of societies that constitute a new one capable of increasing by means of new associations till they arrive to such a degree of power as to be able to provide for the security of the united body.
A republic of this kind, able to withstand an external force, may support itself without an internal corruptions. The form of this society prevents all manner of inconveniences. As well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated the observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. But they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. He had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Not Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative, either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous question, seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. The utility of a confederacy, as well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government, but they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternate either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. State of New York, a firm union will be of the utmost moment to the peace and liberty of the states as a barrier against domestic faction and insurrection. It is impossible to read the history of the petty republics of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated, and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. If they exhibit occasional calms, these only serve as short-lived contrast to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret, arising from the reflection that the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. If momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom, while they dazzle us with a transient and fleeting brilliancy, they at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert their direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments for which the favored soils that produce them have been so justly celebrated. the disorders that disfigure the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society, and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans. Have built for mankind stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which flourish for ages, have in a few glorious instances refuted their gloomy sophisms, and I trust America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifice, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of Republican government were two just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, the enlightened friends to liberty would have been obliged to abandon the cause of that species of government as indefensible. The science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of the people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are wholly new discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means and powerful means by which the excellences of republican governments may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. To this catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear to some, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the dimensions of a single state or to the consolidation of several smaller states into one great confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle in its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place.
Peace and liberty of the states as a barrier against domestic faction and insurrection. It is impossible to read the history of the petty republics of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated, and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. If they exhibit occasional calms, these only serve as short-lived contrast to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret arising from the reflection that the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. If momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom while they dazzle us with a transient and fleeting brilliancy, they at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert the direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments for which the favored soils that produced them have been so justly celebrated.
From the disorders that disfigure the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans happily for mankind. Stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which have flourished for ages, have, in a few glorious instances, refuted their gloomy sophism. Then, I trust, America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of republican government were true just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, the enlightened friends to liberty would have been obliged to abandon the cause of that species of government as indefensible. The science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are wholly new discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellences of republican government may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. To this catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear to some, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the orbit within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the dimensions of a single state or to the consolidation of several smaller states into one great confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle in its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place.
If we are wise enough to preserve the union we made for ages, enjoy an advantage similar to that of an insulated situation. Europe is at a great distance from us. Her colonies in our vicinity will be likely to continue too much disproportion in strength to be able to give us any dangerous annoyance. Extensive military establishments cannot, in this position, be necessary to our security. But if we should be disunited, and the integral parts should either remain separated or, which is most would be thrown together into two or three confederacies, we should be in a short course of time in the predicament of the continental powers of Europe. Our liberties would be a prey to the means of defending ourselves against the ambition and jealousy of each other. This is an idea not superficial or futile, but solid and weighty. It deserves the most serious and mature consideration of every prudent and honest man of whatever party. If such men will make a firm and
meditate dispassionately on the importance of this interest in ideas. If they will contemplate it in all its attitudes and trace it to all its consequences, they will not hesitate to part with trivial objections to a constitution, the rejection of which would in all probability put a final period to the Union. The airy phantoms that flit before the distempered imaginations of some of its adversaries would quickly give place to the more substantial forms of dangers, real, certain, and formidable. This objection will be fully examined in its proper place, and it will be shown that the only natural precaution which could have been taken on this subject has been taken, and a much better one than is to be found in any constitution that has been heretofore framed in America, most of which contain no God at all on this subject. Back to text. If we are wise enough to preserve the Union, we may for ages enjoy an advantage similar to that of an insulated situation. Europe is at a great distance from us. Her colonies in our vicinity will be likely to continue too much disproportioned in strength to be able to give us any dangerous annoyance. Extensive military establishments cannot in this position be necessary to our security. But if we should be disunited and the integral parts should there's a wide difference also between military establishments in a country seldom exposed by its situation to internal invasions, and in one which is often subject to them and always apprehensive of them. The rulers of the former can have a good pretext, if they are even so inclined, to keep on foot armies so numerous as must of necessity be maintained in the latter, these armies being. In the first case, rarely if at all called into for interior defense, the people are in no danger of being broken to military subordination. The laws are not accustomed to relaxations in favor of military exigencies. The civil state remains in full vigor, neither corrupted nor confounded with the principles or propensities of the other state. The smallness of the army renders the natural strength of the community an overmatch for it, and the citizens not habituated to look up to the military power for protection or to submit to its oppressions, neither love nor fear the soldiery. They view them with a spirit of jealous acquiescence in a necessary evil, and stand ready to resist the power which they suppose may be exerted to the prejudice of their rights. The army under such circumstances may usefully aid the magistrate to suppress a small faction or an occasional mob or insurrection, but it will be unable to enforce encroachments against the united effort, always prepared to repel it. Its armies must be numerous enough for instant defense. The continual necessity for their service is enhanced. The importance of the proportionally degrades the condition of the citizen. The military becomes a leader of the civil. The inhabitants of territories, often the theater of war, are unavoidably subjected to frequent infringements on their rights, which serve to weaken their sense of those rights. And by degrees, the people are brought to consider the soldiery not only as their protectors, but as their superiors. The transition from this disposition to that of considering them masters is neither remote nor difficult. But it is very difficult to prevail upon a people under such impressions, to make a bold or effectual resistance to usual passions supported by the military power. Britain falls within the first description, an insular situation and a powerful marine, guarding it in a great measure against the possibility of foreign invasion, supersede the necessity of a numerous army within the kingdom. A sufficient force to make head against a sudden descent, till the militia could have time to rally and embody, is all that has been deemed requisite. No motive of national policy has demanded, nor would public opinion have tolerated, a larger number of troops upon its domestic establishment.
necessity be maintained in the latter, these armies be. The entire black demographic. I mean, you could give us 100 videos of 100 people saying the same thing. It doesn't mean that that's, a representation of the entire black community. I mean, you obviously like thinking about how many people there are. I mean, and that, like, just like it's just weird that you would say that, like, I mean, because your entire point was brought up on what you're seeing on X. And these videos of these women saying that they're entitled to go and steal and that nobody should say anything, but then at the same time you will say that it's not entirely. But you'll say at the same time that you're aware that it's not just a black issue. It's everybody that does this type of shit. So if you can recognize that, then why would you even buy into that thought process? That obviously, like, we all know there are people that will do or say anything to justify their own bad behavior. That's a given. And a lot of the time, I mean, I'm not even going to get to the root cause of that, but I mean, that's, that. Like, I would assume that you're bright enough to understand that. I do. So to expect that to be an adopted mentality of the entire populace it's ridiculous, and to allow that to be how you form your opinion on the entire community, because that is how you initially started off this conversation, was you've lost faith in black people. Like, it's just a poor way of, like, moving throughout this world. Like, you're always going to run it. Like, I'm not going to go and say, like, and I'm not trying to throw out, like, white tropes or anything, like racist tropes. Like, I'm not, but I mean, just to be, in the same lane as what you're suggesting, I'm not going to go out and say, like, oh, I have lost all faith in white men because they're pushing this narrative that it's okay to sleep with minors. Yeah, Drew.
Ricky, stop for a second, please. I'm sorry. Drew, I don't know. Maybe I missed something. I was listening to audience for quite some time.
I will.
Ricky, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ricky, let him go real quick. I'm gonna go on mute right after this, Anthony. The reason I'm saying it, because I do understand that exact same thing. I do understand that, and I do understand that there are poor white communities and just piece of shit white communities that do the exact same thing. But you keep going
now in the matrix, bro. You keep going in the matrix.
Keeps going in the matrix, brother. There's only one group of people who have been saying that it's okay, and that's over now. It's been black women, particularly, and some black men. And the white pieces of shit have been doing the same thing, but they haven't been.
Hey, Drew. I've been listening for a while in the audience, right? And what I thought I heard him say was that he was sick of white people, and he also said he was also sick of black people. And
I think he was talking about. I think he was talking about Europeans. He said Europeans. I don't think that he was talking about white people. Europeans pretending to be white. Yeah.
So, Drew, as it relates to, like, all right, listen, I don't agree with his sentiments. I'm not here to, agree or disagree or whatever, right? All I'm saying is that given the context, it was just odd how, like, a portion of it got latched onto and not really considering the whole thing that got said. That's,
I mean, in terms of, like, us not bringing up the portion of him talking about Europeans pretending to be white, I wouldn't speak on that because I don't know anything about it. And the only example that he gave
The only example he gave was black women stealing in the stores. He didn't give us any type of context as to, maybe that's based off of the question that we asked, but I mean, yeah, we didn't dissect the entire statement.
No, I hear what you're saying, Drew, right? But in terms of like, it would seem to me like his algorithm is feeding him a certain set of videos, and that might be a reflection of what the algorithm thinks he wants to see. You know, like whatever. But it's hard to have difficult conversations, and it's a small enough stage that and you've always been super respectful, Drew. So I don't mind engaging with you, but it's like oftentimes when we come into these spaces and we start talking, the so-called black community gets defined by black people by the lowest common denominator. The black people that's doing the worst oftentimes are the talking point. What about the poor black people? What about the black people that don't that rely on public assistance? What about the black people that don't read at grade level? These tend to be talking points. I've even seen black people in majority white spaces bring up these talking points, how black people are being failed by the educational system, and then if the question gets raised, if Johnny can't read, whose fault is it? Is it his parents' fault, or is it the educational system? And we'll have a long debate about that. I don't see any room to debate about that. I don't see any room to have these conversations. But then then it's like, well, why are we so focused on, a certain segment of black people? The reason why this segment of black people gets focused on is because that's where a lot of black people, that's their main talking point. So it would make sense for it to be focused on if we want to have a difficult, honest conversation. If we want to pretend like that's not the case, then you can keep on pretending. That's cool too.
Wait a minute, hold up. It's not a case enough to have a discussion about. Because at the end of the day, if Ricky wants to be disappointed in black women for what he's saying on his Twitter, then that's a him problem. And now he's trying to make it everybody else's problem.
I'm past Ricky. I'm talking about just in general right now.
Well, I've never seen this before. I've never heard of this stuff before. So I'm in a completely different planet than obviously you and Ricky. Because you're saying to act as if this isn't happening. But I'm saying, but I want to be clear because I'm talking, and then you're interrupting me. I'm telling you that I have never heard of whatever crusade you're saying that these black women have gone on. I've never heard this before. It has never crossed my algorithm. It has never crossed my news station. As if this is a popular movement. Huh? As if this is a popular movement.
You stop talking. I thought you stopped talking first.
Go ahead.
First lady.
But
so first lady. Yeah, Drew, real quick. I just want to engage first lady real quick.
It's possible she
I just want to make sure. Have
you heard what I said? I said what I said. I swear on my father's dead grave. I've never, never, ever heard this story in my life of 87 years of living.
Why you
Never heard it.
Why you keep saying that?
And what?
You're 87 years old.
Because that's my age on Clubhouse, and I'm sticking to
okay.
it. Period.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, cool. So all good, Drew. You got it.
Yeah. Just real quick. I mean, I get it, but it's like I mean, I don't understand. Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of people that talk about it. Plenty of people use this as a talking point. I've heard it. You know, those are typically the people that are quick to get ousted as a coon when they're speaking down upon your own people. But I mean, it's not necessarily like a justification for that. Like the thing is I think that we're all aware. Okay, well,
Drew, are you talking about the black women stealing
no,
makeup?
I'm saying that
What are you talking about?
he was talking about people. I am talking about that being the talking point, and that being the or this type of behavior being a talking point. People at the lowest or the lowest denominator being a talking point for all sorts of people, whether it's black or white, and especially in these types of spaces when it comes to these debates about the black community. That's typically who is pinpointed, you know, as the topic of conversation. That doesn't it's real. Like there are representations of every sort of person out there like that, but that would be the same as me. Like I can understand like how a logical person would say like, okay, I see a pattern, now I'm gonna adopt that pattern as a reflection of the whole, right? But like that'd be like me going out and saying like I see a pattern of
You're off mic. I don't know.
that was a troll. But don't worry, I got him. Don't worry. Yeah, that's like me saying that there's a pattern of white men shooting up schools, or there's a pattern of white men
Drew, I think you're
touching kids. I might be
really missing the point. Drew, so the other day, right, we were having a conversation about the woman walking her kids home in Chicago that got attacked by the students. All right. Now, I want to be clear about this, Drew. Anthony Edwards does not look at this as a racial incident. I don't see what race has to do with that situation. All right. Now, there's one of the most pro-black people on the app. He's what I would call a blackity black. He said that he went to her social media, Facebook in particular, and that, you know, he saw some disturbing things as a parent, like her throwing gang signs and this and that and the other.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then so it became a narrative that he was being anti-black. He didn't mention race. He just talked about the things that he observed. This is when we start to eat our own. This is when anything that gets said, anything critical, is considered to be anti-black. We can't even have conversations about stuff because the quick assertion is going to be, you are anti-black. This is, but you know, and this is like just basic stuff. We can't even say like, yo, the behavior of those kids or anything. Why is that a racial issue? The victim was black and the perpetrators were black. Why is this a racial issue?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can understand. I can understand that. Like, and I mean, I don't think that we should operate that way where we cannot have any type of like criticism for bad behavior, regardless of what the skin color is of the person. I mean, I was just in here like 10 minutes ago speaking about the culture, what I would consider black culture, the types of shows that we entertain or that we use as entertainment, the types of channels that are popular on Instagram, the type of music that is, pushed to the top of the food chain. You know, I mean, scenario where I can't see any type of issue within, the Black community, but I just don't like, I think, well, hold on real quick, Ricky, because that's why this conversation, that's just real quick, like, that's why you were questioned at the beginning is based on your assertion that you're disappointed in Black people, saying the entire Black community based off of the behavior of a few individuals that you've seen, regardless of whether you've seen 100 videos of people doing this. You've already acknowledged that that this is not a reflection of every person in the community. So how is it that we can't separate the two? Like, how does that become your like, what determines your perspective of the Black community? That's the part that just didn't make any sense. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't feel any type of way about seeing those type of videos. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense, or it doesn't seem like genuine that would be the reason for you to have that outlook on the Black community.
Drew, to be honest with you, I kind of want to get away from that aspect of the conversation. It's not productive.
If you don't mind, Anthony, I would just like to end it right quick. I would like to say what the difference is. I would just like to say that I know personally, because I live with these people, I know that there is not much of a difference in the behavior of poor Black people and poor white people. There really isn't. I spent 20 years with both peoples. What I would say the difference is the rationalization of these pathetic piece of shit white people who are garbage human beings. They don't well, I won't say they don't, because they do rationalize whatever shit they do because they're pieces of shit. But what hurts me and what makes me lose faith when I watch these videos, it's not what anybody is doing. Rationalizing it as, yeah, of course, I'm doing this shit because this and that reason. That I don't have a problem with the thought. I don't have a problem with the behavior as putting it towards any group of people. It's that one particular group of people rationalize the justification. That's it. And I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I get that. Like, I mean, but that is still, like, it goes back to the main point where that shouldn't be how you form your opinion or your outlook of the entire Black community. I think that's the part that really caught everybody off guard, like to point the videos out, and to point the videos out and say, like, this shit is like ridiculous, like, like, I think everybody on stage or in the audience would agree, like, yeah, that's some bullshit. Like, nobody should be out here saying bringing up any type of justification for that type of behavior. But it's just that's where.
Can I ask you a question about what you're saying right now? I want you to continue the same thing, but here's my direct question to what you're saying right now, Drew. My direct question is this: if you have a group of people, right, and they say, listen, the reason I do what I do is because of 400 years of slavery, the oppression that my people face today in this country, redlining, systemic racism, white supremacy is why I do what I do, right? How do you have a conversation about someone making that assertion? What does that conversation look like?
I mean, it kind of depends on the context. Like, it kind of depends on what they're trying to rationalize in terms of this behavior. Okay. Like, now, if it's this exact,
yep, got it.
Yeah, if it's this instance, then yeah, like, you're talking out of your ass. You're just looking for it's a cop out. Like, you're looking for a way to justify your bad behavior. Like, there's no going around that. Like, that does not, like, an eye for an eye.
Is race inherently a part of that discussion? That's the question. Are we inherently talking about race in the context that I just gave you?
Yeah, in that sense, yeah. Like, I mean, I don't think that white people, unless you're talking about, I mean, potentially, I mean, there are small sects of white people that have face some sort of prosecution, not to the extent that the black community has in the history of America, but, somebody could point to some sort of oppression as a justification for, them operating the same way. I mean, I think the mafia could have, if we go back 100 years, maybe the mafia was going off with that talking point, and who knows? I wasn't around at that point in time. But I mean, to say that that's your justification for having bad behavior, it's like anybody with a sound mind is aware that that's not a justification. Like I think we've all been raised with the idea that an eye for an eye turns us all blind. So, causing more destruction and chaos and shit doesn't, it's not going to help anything.
So if y'all son asks you guys to fuck him, you gonna fuck your son?
Omar, you awake, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, we need you again.
Omar, can you take care of that?
Yes, sir.
You can fuck y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
That was
Omar.
quick. No worries.
No, I got him. Thank you very much.
Actually, no. I got him before you did.
No, you did not get him before, because when Anthony was calling your name, my finger was already on the trigger. So,
because it said block, and I said block him.
Okay, well, you may have blocked him because I didn't block him, but I removed him.
This was wrong with the community. Everybody always trying to take credit for the good deeds. Like, damn, come on. Look, we made a good team right now. We both covered them. We both double teamed them. All right, there we go. I like that.
No, you had the other one on your own. I had this one on my own.
Women always win. So go ahead, you got
it. The one thing I will say, Omari, that I appreciate is you asking Zoe to speak. Have you heard Zoe speak? I haven't heard Zoe speak. But y'all go ahead, Drew.
Zoe ain't gonna speak because he might have a Richard picture waiting for you.
Oh my! You think that's what it is?
Y'all are hilarious.
It could be. Why? He said it's
Y'all are hilarious.
Go ahead, Drew. Get back to the.
I think I pretty much. I think I said it, but like I mean, it's not the point is not to drag out the conversation. It was really just to address that one point. That at the end of the day, like where anybody that's like, if you consider yourself somewhat, if you consider yourself intelligent, like you wouldn't adopt those type. And I'm not Ricky. I'm not saying this as to take a jab at you or anything. Like I'm just saying, like you're smart enough to know that, like even just how that statement, could be interpreted. And
my point is that it's inherently about race. Like if you are a green person and you're addressing someone justifying their behavior because of systemic racism, 400 years of slavery, it's a racial conversation. This is what the conversation is about. Like, how do we avoid talking about race?
I get that, but at the same, like, given the sense that these people are using this as a justification for their behavior.
So Drew.
Just once again though, like that's still not a reflection. Like you wouldn't go out and say that. I wouldn't go out.
Here's the problem, Drew. There's a problem. There's an 800-pound gorilla that's not getting addressed, right? On Clubhouse, right? We use shorthand if we talk about the Black community. Obviously, we're just talking about a segment of the Black community. Nothing. Black people are not a monolith. We're not the Borg. You don't all think alike. So if I were to say, sexy red represents the Black community, that could be a controversial statement to some, and to others, they it's a given. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, but nobody's gonna say that sexy red represents every single Black person. That's like it like so. If we're talking about racially charged topics that just inherently have to do with race specifically, and we talk about the Black community, I think we might need to let that go.
We might need to let what go?
blanket statements, broad generalizations, broad generalizations.
Like we should be
allowable. We should be accepting of broad generalizations in conversations that have to do with general issues that relate. Like, I don't know how. I guess unless you want to say we have to put qualifiers with every statement. So some black people feel this way. Some people in the black community feel this way. There's a segment of the black community that feels this way. If that's that's going to make the conversation more productive for you, all right, cool, I get it. But I don't think most people talk like that. I think people talk in broad generalizations.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that when it comes to, especially like, given that we all like operate in this world on Clubhouse and we know how these conversations go left quick, it's important to be mindful of how we speak and the things that we say. And so if he had said, I'm disappointed or I've lost faith in certain black people, like it wouldn't have been taken the same way as him saying, I have lost faith in black people. Right. And I think that he can understand. I mean, at least it sounded like that was, something that he agreed upon,
Drew, what was the first question you asked him, Drew, when he made that statement? You asked him a specific question. What was that question, Drew?
I think I asked him how that was a reflection of the entire black community.
You asked him if he felt that was a reflection of the entire black community. He said, no, not at all. That's literally the change. So, you clarified. You asked a clarifying question. He said that that's not the way he felt. But, then
the conversation became like, or then I was trying to understand, like, what is this narrative that you're talking about, and like even First Lady said it, like she's not aware of this narrative, right? I'm not aware of this narrative. You might be, I'm not sure, right? But
so
it might be a narrative in a conversation, but is it a narrative of the entire race? Like, is it a narrative of the state of the black community? No.
So,
nor should it be.
Are you aware of, I think they call them the Hodge twins, these two light-skinned twin brothers?
Oh, yeah. They'd be the first ones to jump on a conversation like this.
Those are my boys, but I've been second.
Please, Amari, please don't say shit like that. Come on, bro.
Yeah, they were cool. So they used to. Yeah. So go ahead. I'll finish your conversation now. But I do the Hodge twins work. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Hodge twins, right? They got a video. I was on the airplane and I downloaded it, so I was watching it, and they were commenting on a Nick Fuentes video. Now, like, Nick is out there. Nick is a wild boy. And I want to be clear. I don't have no problem listening to racist people.
I think you're,
because I want to know what. Yeah, I might be in and out the matrix.
Yeah. But go ahead.
I'm getting the red bar, but yeah. So what I'm saying is that they were commenting on a Nick Fuentes video. So Nick Fuentes, he was talking about racism in the video, and what he said is racist. This is his words. He said that it's racist when white people try to avoid interacting with black people, but they are justified in doing that because they know the potential outcomes. They're aware of, like, how violent things can turn. And then he started quoting statistics that 13% of the population is responsible for over 50% of the violent crimes. Now, this is what he's saying. And if we were to try to have a conversation about it, it could go very, first and foremost, just having the conversation. People are going to call people all types of coons and this and that and the other. Just even having a conversation. Then it's going to be a conversation about the statistics themselves. Whether the statistics are accurate or not. And then it's going to devolve into systemic racism, white supremacy, and the stuff that you said was ridiculous. The stuff that you said was ridiculous, Drew. That's where the conversation. I've watched this conversation evolve a million times on Clubhouse stages, a million times, and it's like it's just hard to have honest conversations and make them productive and reach a better understanding.
I get you. I'm with you on that because, like, I do feel like people are overly sensitive or easily offended by everything. And even, I mean, I get it. Like, sometimes some offensive shit can be said. I could have taken offense to what Ricky had said initially. I mean, I guess in a sense, somewhat I did, right? Which is why I asked the questions, right? But there's nothing wrong with having the conversation, right? But that's where, if we're able to keep our emotions in check, and just have an honest conversation where we're allowed to find a little bit more clarity in the situation, then that's where we allow that space to happen or to be created, right? I don't think that it's an issue, and honestly, I do think that those types of things those conversations do need to be had. I mean, Charlie Kirk is a prime example of, and we have those conversations on a regular basis, right? Without them being, I mean, it's kind of hard to say whether or not they're emotionally charged or not, right? But it is important because at the same time, we are aware that this is typically how prejudice works. Prejudice is typically formed based off of somebody taking an anecdotal experience and using that as a generalization for the entire community, whether that's black or white, or like that's me saying, like that could be like me saying every white person is racist. And if they say anything that is offensive or borderline offensive, and if I don't have the clarity or I don't have the understanding of what they're actually trying to say, then they're inherently a racist, right? But I don't operate that way because, like, I know from my experience, I've met people of all different kinds that I liked and people of all kinds that I didn't like based off of how they thought. Right? But I don't think that we need to shy away from the conversation. It just depends. I think it just depends on who you're talking to,
Or better yet, thank you, Drew. At who laid out the premise of the conversation and what was being said. Now, as I listened more and more and more, now I still haven't clicked on the link, but I have come to understand that there's a group of people, right, for the sake of this conversation. Butcher, are you okay? You all right?
Everything's blessed, man.
Oh, okay.
Just listen to the conversation, man.
Oh,
She was just saying you're on.
Mute.
Pardon me?
Can you do that, Ete?
She said, "Can you mute your mic?"
Yeah, I'm trying my best.
Okay.
Oh,
It's that little button in the bottom left
I'm
corner.
trying, man.
okay. No worries. We got you.
I won't speak out of...
Thank you. And him making this seem like this is the population of the Black women community. So, okay, fine. Maybe it is happening. I won't disagree with you if that's what you saw, but to make it seem like this is a large population of Black women doing this and you've lost faith in it is the part that was definitely awkward and strange. And to me, that is where the offense comes from. Versus him saying, I think it's really dangerous that some of these people out here are out here talking about they going to doing petty crimes as reparations. You see how different that sounds? Like, that's a completely different statement versus putting this whole onus on a group of people and then making it seem like this is what the population of that particular group is doing. Does that make sense or no? Did I
Yeah,
control
yeah. That's crystal clear. I mean, I think that's the sense.
It makes sense what you're saying, and I understand it. But I want to kind of, and my whole thing from the beginning has been to swerve away from Ricky's comments.
Oh yeah, I can't do that. Like in my mind.
If we were to really evaluate it, you could destroy it. You could.
But what are we evaluating now?
The comments. It's not. It wasn't a well thought out statement, and it's not. It's not like it's indefensible. So
yeah, but I mean,
people are talking about it.
No, we don't. That's what I was saying. Like, I don't think that we need to drag out the conversation. I mean, I think he kind of realized the error in what he said. He had said, like, he said multiple things to suggest that. I think that the conversation, we're still talking about it. I'm not saying like, oh, this is your fault, Anthony, but I mean, you didn't need to interject to say we don't need to talk about this. Like, we were having a casual conversation. I don't think that anybody
was heated. No.
Yeah, we weren't attacking him. We weren't, using this to cast judgment on him as a person or anything like that. It was just trying to find a little bit of clarity in what he was implying. And I think that we found that point of resolution in the conversation, and that's why I said, like, it is important for us to have those conversations just as much as it is important for people to think about how things are going to be interpreted before they speak.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Thank you, Drew.
So one of the things about that is that I hate about this conversation is a guy named AD. He comes on YouTube. Another black guy talks about black fatigue. He's part of the manosphere. I think, I would say, Ricky, it's not true. There's no black fatigue, right? It's something that people are trying to just cause division within black and white people. I would say, please ignore that. It's true. I say this all the time. I don't think there's black fatigue. I think that's a white supremacist talking point. I see on X and I see the manosphere people who really dislike black women who do this a lot. Because if you look at a lot of their videos, it's also talking bad about black women. And I just think just try to stay away from it. This is just my opinion. This is just Amari talking. And I just disagree, because if you look at Rick, and this is to Ricky, not to you, and Dog, I'll get to you in a second. Rick, if you look at who's causing the violence right now, who tried to kill the president, it's not black people. Who's out there on a No King's Day causing it? It's white boomers. So it's really, you should be looking at white people. I'm not saying that to call us a race thing, but it's really white people that's right now are the ones that are turning up in this country.
What's wrong? What's wrong with No King's Day?
That's a fact.
What's wrong with No King's Day, though?
I mean, he's a Republican, so he has to realize, as a Republican, it's the other. They're in a civil war right now. It's the other half of the 50% of the silent majority that's going against his majority. It ain't us.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's the part that should be like, it should be like obvious to anybody. Like, there's
why are we the scapegoat?
There's no monolith amongst any type of like ethnicity, like, and to expect there to be, I mean, is asinine. Like, we should accept that, there's going to be people of all walks of life that have different opinions,
But I'm trying to get him to rewire his brain.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Man. As it relates to the idea about black fatigue, I do think there's a phenomenon, that I would call black fatigue. I definitely think that it exists. And I think that there's there's a certain rationalization that's going on in the so-called community among certain people, seeking reparations, talking about, white supremacy, talking about systemic racism incessantly and attributing all the society's faults and personal shortcomings to those things. And I think there is pushback against those ideas. I think that to act like it doesn't exist or not to like interrogate the idea and explore it. Yeah.
This is the only reason why I'm just to shoot.
Now you got it. You got them that time.
I got them that time. I was ready to go. I had them on deck, ready to go. So
that's funny, yo. But yeah, so as it relates to that, I'm not gonna deny the existence of Black fatigue, honestly.
So
Anthony,
go ahead, Francis.
You said that 13% of the population ever commit 50% of the homicides. Do you know that that's like a white supremacist trope? Do you know that?
So Francis, what I was doing was I was relaying a video that I saw. This wasn't a statistic that I gave. I was just saying the talking point that Nick Fuentes gave in the video. If you want to disabuse me of that notion and you want to say, well, the correct stats are X, Y, and Z, I'm happy to hear it, Francis, but I'm not. This wasn't Anthony Edwards' idea. It's the Hodge twins video. I'm happy to post it in the chat. It's a YouTube video.
You don't believe that though, right?
I've never done research into it, so I can't say if I believe it or if I don't believe it.
But I would be happy to hear you repeat that again in front of someone else or something like that, right?
Okay, so I would repeat it again if I'm saying Nick Fuentes said X, Y, and Z. I would certainly repeat it again. Okay. I'm not co-signing it. I'm giving context to what was said. That's all.
Yeah, but again, going back, have you been out lately? Where you at in your town with white people, and has anyone ever really kind of talked about, I got this damn Black fatigue? Like, I have never been anywhere, and people are like, yeah, I got Black
how would
fatigue.
People say that? How would somebody say that to you? Like a white person. How would a white person say that to you?
The thing is,
be honest, Omari. Like
I can explain it. Yeah, you don't have to say it. It's by action, right? When the people who say they have Black fatigue, they usually are saying that you can't be around said group of people. When I'm around white people, they're not like moving away from me, like they're scared. They're not moving away from my family. There's no issue. We're eating next to each other. We're having lunch. We're at the movie, sitting at assigned seating. I think this is an issue that you're seeing where people are trying to spread this narrative to cause division. And yes, it has some legs, but it's based on videos that these people are promoting. And it's I think it's dangerous. And that's what Ricky is watching. And now he's been watching all day on X. And now he's believing in this.
Omari, I don't think that someone, and this is where the nuance comes in. I don't think when they're talking about Black fatigue, they're talking about Omari and his family. I don't think that you exhibit the characteristics of the type of quote unquote Black people that they're fatigued from. I don't understand. Like this is Omari. You're smart and you can pick up on nuance. I don't think they're saying like every Black person. I think it's a specific type of Black person that would fall into the category of Black fatigue.
I mean, let's say myself, I dress, like I'll put on like a TCU hoodie or something like that. But like, let's say my son will wear a regular hoodie and some regular jeans. My daughters will, rock regular gear. You don't know. My oldest got braids. Actually, both of my kids got braids. Well, I don't know which kid has braids now, but I know the youngest has braids. I don't know if the oldest one do. But and so would they be concerned about them? That's what I'm saying. Like,
Omar, I think it's not just.
I don't get it.
I don't think it's just based on the way you look. I think that when you look at the videos that are talking about black fatigue, there's a certain type of behavior that's being exhibited in those videos. For a minute, there was a bunch of videos about Carnival cruise lines. There was a bunch of videos. And in some of those videos, you had some black people were talking about Carnival is now racist because they instituted certain policies about Bluetooth speakers and line dancing and, just different things. And there were some people that were saying that were racist because of that. And then you had other people who also happened to be black that were saying it's high time that they change some of that stuff because the environment is becoming more and more hood on the Carnival cruise lines. And they had a difference of opinion. So it's like, it's not just every single black person. There's a certain, Chris Rock used to say, there's a civil war going on between black people and the N-words. That was like what the joke was. They're talking about N-word fatigue, really. They're not talking about just black fatigue. It's N-word fatigue.
Yeah, but sorry, I should have waited before I knew I was yawning. Don't you think that it's like an example of a lack of self-awareness, though? Because, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the same people that speak on these topics, that speak of black fatigue, have also seen the amount of, like, just to be blunt about it, the amount of white meth heads out on the street. Like, the amount of white people that are exhibiting the same type of behavior, but they're allowed to disassociate themselves because they're like, that's not a representation of me. Right? They're like, that's not
what brought us to this conversation. It goes back to, if you saw, right, a white meth head saying, the reason I'm using meth is because of black supremacy and black systemic racism has made me depressed, and this is my means of escape to get away from the world at large. So this is what's making me use meth. This would be this is part of the overall fatigue.
But there's plenty of people though that do adopt those type of mentalities, right? Like I'll give you my own anecdotal experience. Like my sister, because I'm half black and half Mexican, right? My sister, she's my half sister. I don't know why I gave that context, but she was married to a white boy, right? He was the type. I remember talking to him, and of course he was. This isn't maybe not necessary, but he was a Trump supporter. He was also supposedly in a militia. He was the Alex Jones QAnon type of believer, right? The same type of person that would say that the reason why he is in the state that he's in, why he's not able to accomplish what he wants to do, is based off of the government, right? That's and of course a lot of that is also tied to what many on the left push back against when it comes to right wing extremists, where they're so anti-government because that's where a lot of their belief system is formed from. And like for like a prime example of how this ideology is adopted or how it is weaponized, like and this may be another anecdotal experience, but I used to watch this show called Hate Thy Neighbor. This was a he was a comedian, but he was black and Jewish. He'd go around the country, even in actually different places around the world, and he'd sit down with the leader of extremist groups, whether it was neo-Nazi groups or Black Israelite groups or whatever. Name it. He was interviewing them. One interview that stood out to me was this neo-Nazi out in Detroit, and he said it outright. We look for the people who are in despair, who have no answers for their problems, and we give them one. We find common ground with these people by attaching a boogeyman to their problems. And at the end of the day, that is what all of this shit revolves around. And that's why a lot of the time when those talking points are brought up, they're brought up as white supremacists, right? At the end of the day, maybe we don't need to call it white supremacist. We need to just call it racist. Like, whether it's black or white, those are the types of, that's the type of ideology that is formed from, is finding somebody to blame for whatever state that you're in.
So,
and that's,
Drew, I guess we're talking about loser fatigue. I guess a nice broad brush would be loser fatigue, because there's people that blame their circumstances, lack of success, drug usage, theft on other people. They blame their circumstances. They don't take any personal responsibility, and this is across the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
This is not unique to black and brown people. This is across the spectrum. And so they try to, make it somebody else's fault. Life just happens to them. They don't impose their will on life at all. So it just happens. So it's loser fatigue. But if, in the context of, if there's someone is saying, well, because of systemic racism, because, the educational system sucks so bad, because the school books in my school that I went to were so terrible, the teachers, they didn't care, they just mailed it in, this is why I wasn't able to achieve, like that. And we're talking specifically about racial issues, then this becomes a different type of conversation. It's like, I don't see how we can avoid putting certain labels on it, because this is what the conversation is about in that context.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's so much about the label, as much as it is about the whole, like.
Hey, Drew, I just want to address something really quick, because I believe, I haven't read through the comments, but I believe that there's some controversies to what Black fatigue is. So the definition of Black fatigue originally was when Black people were fed up. Black people were the ones that were the fatigued party. They weren't the fatiguers.
Yeah.
In this current 2025 context, Black fatigue is being used to denigrate Black people as a negative on Black people. It's like the evolution of a word. Now, whether or not people can find that definition, that's cool. But if you go and you look at the way it's being used right now, it's pretty obvious how it's being used, who's using it, and why they're using it.
Yeah, I think the same thing was done with TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. But at the same time, like, I never looked it up in Webster's or anything like that. So, that was just my own interpretation of how things went. But yeah, I can understand that. Nonetheless, though, like, I think that's why, like, these conversations end up going left, is because a lot of people lack a full picture or full perspective of the whole situation. Like the points that I brought up, where you've acknowledged or brought them up as well, like where we can all point out, similarities between any type of people, and I think that the reason why these conversations go left oftentimes is because the ones that are the loudest with that type of rhetoric are the ones that are the same ones that are pushing division, like the Nick Fuenteses. Like it's always been that way, where the Klan has been the ones to voice that opinion. We could even say the government in a sense, or some of the higher ups, when we look back at Reefer Madness, and of course that wasn't entirely an attack on black people, but it was an attack on black people and liberals, right? Or the hippies. But that's where the right tends to take a lot of hits for this type of shit, and why a lot of people go and say that that's the racist party is because the people that are openly racist, that are speaking these talking points without any type of context, without being careful about what they're saying or how they're saying it, are the ones that are speaking about this type of shit or saying it exactly the same way. And that's why initially this whole conversation, it was more, it was
so Drew, you bring up a really interesting point, bro.
Mhm.
Now, this idea about which party, harbors more racist, right?
Mhm.
Would you agree that racism comes in different flavors?
Yeah, definitely. I believe that it's on both sides. I'll agree with that.
Okay, cool.
I don't like to get into it's both sides. Like it's, to me, a lot of the time when we have conversations about current policy or, it is obvious that it needs to be acknowledged that, people cannot vote by party, but more on policy, right? We can't just put our faith in the Democratic Party. My point was that oftentimes what is blatant racism, and I guess whether it's blatant or not, racism is racism. Whether you do it behind my back or you do it right in front of my face, I'm gonna be opposed to it, right? And that should be understood. That should be accepted. It's just that when it comes to conversations, the ones that are going with these talking points are the ones that are typically trying to sow division amongst people. And that's why these talking points are so hot and heavily debated, is because they often are coming from a place that aren't operating in good faith. They're not trying to address a problem. They're trying to find a scapegoat. They're trying to demonize.
They're trying to demonize. They're trying to. But here's
sow division.
Sow division. So, with that being said, right? We completely agree, right? And let's say there's a talking point that's being made. How do you think it should be addressed? Do you think that the most effective way of addressing is saying, "Hey, listen, I'm not really going to engage with you because you don't genuinely want to talk about this. You're just here as an agent of chaos, and you're trying to sow division." Do you address the point, the substance of the point? Well, the point, it's valid, but this is more of a socioeconomic issue. This is not a reflection of race. This is just, people across the board. How do you address?
I would say that would be an accurate or a more productive way of being able to handle those conversations. Backing out of those conversations, I'm never one to shy away from a conversation like that. It's just that when I start getting the sense that there is no type of rationalization or rationale behind that thought process, and it typically is always just pointed back to these blanket statistics, and that's their justification for whatever it is that they're saying. that's when it starts to be like, okay, you're not having this conversation in good faith. I can kind of get a sense of what exactly your intention is of even making that statement in the first place, right?
So Drew, yeah, and I agree with you, right? But here's now when you're talking to a group of Black people, right, and you're talking about socioeconomics, you know what oftentimes gets brought up? The socio part of socioeconomics is Black. So it's not, they're attributing race to socioeconomics as well. It's now we're going to attach race to socioeconomics.
I'm not quite picking it up.
Okay, cool, and it makes sense. I got you. It took a second for me to get it as well. But let's say, for example, right? You say, listen, Black people are not inherently violent. Black people that fall into certain socioeconomic groupings may exhibit more violent tendencies than other Black people. This is a socioeconomic problem. You'll have somebody that will say, well, it's still systemic racism, it's still white supremacy, because you can't separate the socio from socioeconomics. And if we're talking about socio, we're talking about Black people. The socio equals Black in socioeconomics. That's the tie that binds. Did you follow that?
I don't necessarily agree. I don't think that that's inherently what that means. I mean, at least I don't think that that's the intention behind the comment or that phrase. You know, I believe that it's supposed to be a representation of people in an economic state, people in a certain class, right? And some people will go and always try to use that as a representation of Black people, but it's not. There's no way to actually say that and say that truthfully. I mean, it just for like prime example, and of course, yes, they do make up more of the population, but when it comes to like welfare recipients, majority of them are white. You know, so that's a prime example that majority of when it comes to socioeconomics, it's not just a Black issue. Or it's not, and when that conversation is brought up, it's not Black people. Violent crime in general happens in the same sense in white communities that are of lower economic status. Like poverty creates crime. It's inherent. It's not the sole root and cause of it all, but typically you're going to see a lot more petty types of crimes, a lot more violent types of crimes, a lot more drug-related crimes in lower income areas, regardless of what the race is. And I think that anybody can acknowledge that. I mean, when we look at the prison system, regardless of how much the smaller populace is represented, the Black people are represented in the prison system, there are still like, if you go into a prison, because I used to work in a prison, like I see more white people in there than any, and that also comes down to where you're at, right? But it's not to say that white people aren't doing the same exact shit. I mean, and that's where.
While we're on this topic, right, and this goes to conversation that I came in on earlier with, rappers and females and everything. It ties all of this stuff back together.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a problem with so-called Black culture in America?
Yeah, that's what I was speaking on earlier. Yeah, for sure. I think that from an entertainment aspect, yeah, for sure. I would say that the people that we propel to the top.
Is it just entertainment?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, when it comes to music, and I mean, my whole comment was mainly on music. You know, for the most part. Outside of that, I can't think off top of like what other examples. I mean, you could bring some up and I'll address it. But I mean, that was like the root of my comments. You know.
Okay. And see, like, and this is where it gets like super frustrating for me because, like, there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't attribute to being Black culture that there's people that might attribute it to being Black culture. Now, do you think that there's a culture of academic success in the so-called Black community that's emphasized, that's valued in the so-called Black community?
No, not enough.
Nah.
You know what? All right, Travis, come on, like, come
Travis got it. No, it's not.
Well, I know. Just
no. I'll be completely honest with you. Like, no. Do you know why I say no? I remember when I was in grade 7, and I was speaking, and one of my dogs said to me, "Yo, why do you use so many big words?"
Your dog said that to you? Did he barf when he said it?
I said, my dog.
Huh?
I mean, my nigga.
Huh?
The dog, nigga.
Like, come on.
He's my friend.
Come on. You're gonna take him off. You're gonna take him off
Travis
track.
is always trying.
No. I'm speaking on his point.
No, I get you. I get where you're coming from.
And he said the exact words. Hey,
You're talking white.
You're talking a little too proper for me. Why you're like exactly. Anyways, and my second point, when I was in grade 9, and we had to take our own classes, I took a physics class, and I was so proud of it too. I was like, "Oh, I'm taking physics." You know what the older niggas said to me? "Physics? Are you a nerd?"
Yeah, but that's the thing. The thing is though is that like that you're talking about like high school and shit, and like we've all gone through that experience. Like it's ignorant, but like the people that should be allowed to be ignorant are the ones that like, not that we should want them to be or be accepting of it, but we should expect that that's where we're going to have some form of ignorance is in the youth, right? Because they don't know any better. Yeah. Right? Like, I mean, everything is looked down upon, whether it's drama, whether it's it's all looked at. It's all looked.
Jordan B.
Same way.
Michael. Jordan B. Michael. What's his name?
Michael B. Jordan. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, he was looked at as a nerd for being in drama class. Now look at him.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. But yeah, go Anthony. Go back to. I mean, just continue on. Like, I mean, I agree.
Yeah. So Drew, like, academic achievement. In terms of let's talk about marriage rates. Like if we're talking about a community, I look at family as being the building blocks of community. And if the marriage rates are low and we have a lot of out of wedlock births, does that speak well of the priorities in the quote unquote so-called Black culture? And you notice I'm trying to be nuanced. I'm trying to, stay on, like, I'm trying not to make just huge, broad generalizations because for me, my pushback would be that's not Black culture. That's what I would argue. That's not Black culture. That's not Black culture. But, at the same time,
is it an issue? Yeah, it's an issue. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I mean, maybe I don't know. I've never looked at the statistics of that. I'm sure that the statistics may point to there being a larger rate of households being out of wedlock, right? And that is a conversation, though, where you will get that pushback of systemic racism. And that is brought in by that is, I mean, and it's verified though that is something that the government has intentionally done. I know that you've even vouched for that, where your outlook, and maybe don't let me misquote you, but that would be a tool used by the government, or sorry, the welfare system is a tool used by the government to perpetuate that issue, right?
So to be clear, Drew, like I don't. There's more white people on welfare than black people. Like just raw numbers. Statistically, per capita, we can get to a whole different conversation. But raw numbers, there's more white people on welfare than black people. So, like I don't.
Hold on, Travis.
Chill for a second. Chill for a second, please. So, with that said, right, I don't look at the like welfare as like a racist system, and I don't demonize people for needing help. It's okay. I'm happy we have a social.
Well, no, and that was just a portion of it, though, like the portion of the example, right?
Okay, I want to make 2 points. One, when you're a black male, you're obviously going to be looked at, especially in high school. You're going to be in the basketball team. You're going to be in the football team. You're going to be, you're going to be a star. Right? Right or wrong?
It's assumed, I guess. Yeah, you're assumed to have a great athleticism being black, for sure.
And these women want you. But what you got to teach kids is like, wear condoms. Period. Just wear condoms. Like, just go into the.
Hey, Travis, I know you mean well, Travis. I know you're really trying to participate. You know, you're a little inebriated, my guy. It's kind of.
No, I'm not inebriated. I'm not inebriated, bro.
Yeah, you told us you were, bro. Come on.
But I'm having a drink, but I'm not inebriated.
You said otherwise. You said otherwise. Like, I mean, it would make a difference if you hadn't said that you were already.
So you guys don't drink at all?
I don't. But
okay,
I'm not judging you for it. I'm not judging you for drinking. What he's saying is that he wasn't trying to take a jab at you. He's just saying you are a little bit too inebriated to.
Yeah, but I'm not inebriated. Do you know what drunk is? The word drunk is not me right now. I'm making coherent.
Okay.
I don't worry about whether or not I'm not. But me, the one thing
Travis,
if you ask me a question, I'm gonna be honest.
No, I get you, Travis. But like you talking about like the black athlete and telling kids to wear condoms, like really didn't have anything to do with what we were just talking about.
Yes, it did. You're talking about hypersexuality in black youth.
No, we were.
Not you, Drew. Anthony.
No, Travis, I wasn't talking about that either, to be honest with you. But Travis, just for 1 second.
Yeah.
Travis, it's all good. I promise you, I'll pass the mic to you at some point. But yeah, Drew, as it relates to the so-called community and the ills of the culture, you know, I think that if we're going to make a dent in terms of improving things, I think we're going to have to start with the ideas that matter. But you know, I'm not really confident that there's going to be enough of an impetus to change those ideas. There's just not enough like desire amongst a large swath of people to change ideas. You know.
I agree. I feel like there's not enough people that want to be, that want to take lead, you know, or want to take charge in that conversation. You know, that want to be the movers and shakers in trying to put, you know, improve the community. There's too many people. Hold on, Travis. Hold on. I'm not saying that I'm going to be the person, right? I'm just saying that could be a reason as to why Anthony doesn't have that much confidence confidence that it's going to change. Because, and my point is that there's too many of us that are only focused on ourselves, and there's not a problem with being like you've got to save yourself before you can save anybody else. That's a given. You can't save somebody else from drowning if you're drowning at the same time. But at the end of the day, I agree with you though, Anthony. Like we do need to have better talking points. We do need to be focusing our attention on more positive, enlightening type of topics, right? But I think that's also why you have so many people like in this space that speak about Trump's policy on education and how they're trying to change the education system. Now, it's not to say that the education system does not need some sort of change or some sort of improvement. It's that our understanding of how it is being the solution that is being provided is not one that is going to benefit the Black community. It will benefit individuals that are able to obtain that access, but the majority, even more people that are already being left out from by the system or being let down by the system, it's only going to increase. So, I wouldn't say that nobody's trying to have that conversation, and I think that that's why that topic in general is such a heated topic or such an important topic for a lot of people, is because they understand the ramifications of that type of policy.
So, Drew, I hear you loud and clear, right? I have a bit of a different mindset. My mindset is this, right? I think that number one, the trajectory for Black people hasn't been great, like in terms of the amount of negative statistics that we lead the country in. It's not a good look. Our population as a percentage of the country, it hasn't grown. It's actually gone down as other groups come into the country and they grow by leaps and by bounds. Our numbers are stagnant, if not going down. Mm-hmm. Economic, our economic, what's the word I'm looking for? Capacity, whatever. Impact is, it's waning. It's not as much as it used to be, and if anything, it's headed in the wrong, direction. So I believe that we should try something different. I think that the status quo is not working, and I think we should try something different. I'm of the mindset a couple of things, and this is, it's like people will curse when I say this, but I think that we need, if anything, we need to get post-racial. We need to de-emphasize race. There's people that run towards race. We need to run away from race. We need to stop being so hyper-focused on race. We need to more so just be on some, we're all people. Let's get out of these racial categorizations, and we're just people are people. We'll stop judging a book by its color and delineating based on skin color. That, I think, would be a huge help. And two, it's savage, but I'm not against the cuts and the stuff. Like in that sense, I think that people respond well to challenges. I think that I don't think that my pity helps anybody. I don't think me giving someone helps anybody. I think when people have to rise to the occasion, that it makes them better. And I think when they become better, they do better. So I'm not
cuts to what?
Yeah, I can understand that. I think we were talking about education, and I think that was Anthony, is that what you were implying? That was what you
even with that. So I think there's a lot of educational institutions that have been taking advantage of students. There's a
Oh,
lot
for
of
sure.
people that don't work in the the profession that they have a degree in, and there's like there's a lot of that shit. It's people are paying for bullshit. Like it's crazy. So
Yeah. I mean, and I agree with you. Sorry to cut you off. I agree with you, but like I think that this point has been made, numerous times in terms of like the response to the idea of increasing funding or like the voucher system and school choice, right? And I can understand where you're saying like maybe the way that the conversation would be a little bit more productive or might be able to like be tangible for the masses and not just a select group is to say that this type of policy is going to be a negative for people of all or people that are of low income status, people that are, regardless of what your skin color is, if you live in these communities that are low income, that already are suffering from a poor schooling system, because I've grown up in those communities where it was a mixed race, and everybody is suffering from the same poor quality of education, right? It's only going to make it harder, and it's only going to exacerbate the issue based on the fact that the people that do not have the income do not have the means to be able to make accommodations to go to outlying school boundaries, right? Now, of course, the people that are able to make it happen, regardless of what the situation is, and don't make any type of excuse, they were already going to make it regardless. It doesn't make them greater. They were just going to get it done regardless. But I can speak to this from my own experience. I grew up I never reached greatness myself, but I can accept accountability for that, right? But I grew up in a household with two crackheads, right? I didn't have any type of support. I didn't have somebody that would give me a ride to school. I didn't have somebody that would pick me up from practice. I didn't have any access to any type of help. Anything that I ever accomplished was on my own doing. And for the kids that are in those situations, what are we telling them?
Drew, what we're telling them, no, what we're telling them, Drew, is that you're a success. Yo, Drew, like you are, bro, who could have more challenging circumstances than both of their parents being crackheads? And you're a productive, intelligent, like successful person, bro. Like this is like who could ever talk to you with an excuse? Who could ever come and say, well, Drew, life isn't fair, and the circumstances. Who could ever have that conversation with you?
I can definitely acknowledge that, but this is the thing that or maybe not, I've not always said this or recognized, but I have always considered myself blessed based off of being born with high aptitude. And that's not based off of anything that
you're making my point, bro. True. You're saying I was born the child of two crackheads, and I consider myself blessed because of my aptitude. This is classic. I see the glass as half full. This is classic mind over matter. This is classic, I'm not going to let anything hold me back. This is, there's not.
I know, and I can understand that. I definitely see I'm picking up what you're putting down. But, and I can understand it from the perspective of saying that having sympathy for those that are in those situations isn't necessarily going to help them, right? But my point is providing them with more tools and more understanding as to how to escape that, as opposed to making the challenges even harder or even greater, is not, it's counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish.
I get it, Drew. I understand, but it's like, Drew, I'm not special. I think based on what you said, you're special. I tip my hat to you, brother. Like, I always respected you. Now I have extra newfound respect for you. That's like, yo, dude, man, that's rose growing out of concrete shit right there. Yo, bro, I get it. I understand, but it's like you, somebody just telling you, how they, how much pity they have for you and feeling sorry for you, that can stunt your growth, bro. It could actually be more of an impediment than anything else. Someone telling you, well, you have every reason not to be a success. It's
I
not
have heard,
helping you.
I have heard that. I have heard that, and I've never accepted it. I don't accept pity. I don't appreciate it. But and I can understand where you're coming from. Where those that do look for that to latch onto and use that as an excuse are only hindering themselves, right? But this is, and it's not to say that I am special, but maybe it is implying that I am an example of an anomaly, and it's not to say that I'm the only one, right? But I do understand. I have empathy for people that are having that mental crisis of having their back against the wall and feeling like the world is against them and nothing is working in their favor, and they don't know how to figure things out. Right? I haven't made it to where I want to be. I would not consider myself a success. I would not consider, I have held myself back. I have hindered my own progress. I have not done the things that I need to do. But I'm aware of that. And I also understand that a lot of people lack self-awareness. Now, how we go about teaching that, I'm not 100% sure, right? But that's where the education system needs to be improved, right? I don't think that communities that are like what is being suggested as far as school choice, where sending those kids to those communities is going to be an eye opener for them, right? And I can say that even from my own experience, where I live in Washington State, right? Where I live in the east side of Washington, Yakima. It's not something you would know of, but it's not generally. It's a divided community. Half of it is, it's the white side of town where everybody's got money, or what, that's how it's perceived, and then you got the other side of town where it's black and brown, primarily brown, and that's the lower income side of town, right? I moved from here over to Bellevue on the west side. Bellevue is like the home of Nintendo and Microsoft. It's the upper echelon of Washington, right? It's bigger. It's the polished version of Seattle. And I went there in my junior year, and this is one of my biggest regrets. I was in my own head about being there and feeling out of place and out of sorts because I was the poor kid in a rich school. I felt like I could not. I couldn't compete. I didn't have that confidence in myself, right? I knew I was smart. I knew I was athletic, but I was worried about all of the other extra shit that didn't actually matter, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, where you expect a kid to be able to sort through those feelings on their own, I don't think that those schools are going to be there to cater to that thought process. I at least I didn't experience it. Of course, maybe I should have spoken about it to somebody, but it didn't. At the end of the day, I was a kid. Most kids are not aren't apt to speaking about things like that. They don't speak about their insecurities or their own deep personal thoughts, right? And that's my point where or that's part of the point where I don't think that is. Some kids can overcome those thoughts and will do great and excel and thrive in those situations. and others won't, right? And I'm not saying that was an excuse for me. That was just that was my own personal experience, my own misunderstanding,
What
right? And my
I was just gonna say, as a parent, one of the struggles I've always had is the nicer schools are usually the whiter schools, right? So you're putting your kids, you're trying to put them in the best position for them to be able to be successful. But part of that is, being comfortable where they're at. So in my daughter's situation, we put her in the whitest of schools, but academically they crushed, right? So I knew that was the best place for her for K through 8, even though there were times where we had issues and we didn't love it. I had my son there and I snatched him out because I was like, no, this ain't gonna work for a black boy. It just wasn't it wasn't gonna work for him. So I put him in a different school. Now he's in a better school that's a better fit, that's actually has a high black population, actually almost a fully black population. But it's hard to find, at least where I live, it is to find the better school where there's actually black people at the school,
Yeah, no, I agree. That was kind of another part of my experience where I lived at. I was actually in an even smaller town than the main one that I had initially cited out here in Eastern Washington. I lived in a small little farm town that is probably 75 to 90% white. And I felt, although I fit in, I could get along with anybody. I had friends of every color, not really, there weren't really, I was like the token blackie there. The other black kids that were there, like from my perspective, wanted to be white, so I didn't necessarily, I wasn't like opposed to them, or like I wasn't like, they weren't my adversaries or anything. They just weren't people that I related to, but at the same time, like I never, despite me getting along with everybody, I never felt comfortable there because me being black was always the topic of conversation, right? It was always just part of it, and that was the part that it wore on me and I got tired of it. Which is why I ended up like in my high school years, I went to 3 different high schools, because I was trying to find a place where I felt comfortable. By my senior year, I did find a place that was more diverse, across the board. And I felt more comfortable there because race wasn't a topic of conversation. But I will say that by that point in time, I was so misguided, and I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what the hell was the right move. Like military wasn't an option for me because I was anti-war, like how a lot of young kids are radicalized, this was post 9/11, right around that time. So I formed that opinion on 9/11 and on the war in Iraq and shit. So I had no interest in joining the military, which would, in hindsight, would have been a great opportunity for me, right? Who knows what the outcome would have been of that, right? I was focused on getting out of my house. I was focused on my thought process was like, I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna move out when I'm 18, I'm gonna go get a job and I'm gonna work my way up. Right? I made some mistakes along the way. I put myself in a hole and I fucked myself over for a long period of time. But that was based on like me trying to figure things out on my own, right? I didn't make the best of decisions, but nonetheless, like I would like to think that if I wasn't consumed by those thoughts and those insecurities and those other issues that were posed from feeling out of place. And of course, like maybe, that's something that we need to learn as people, that type of shit doesn't matter. A lot of that shit is in our head. But it wasn't my own doing. Like it was based off of my experience, It was based off of what I was experiencing with other people. And oftentimes, and this is where like the racial division starts, and where like the divide comes into play when it comes to like red and blue, is that oftentimes it's these kids that are being raised by these people that are of this ideology, don't teach that shit, and they hang on to topics like what started this whole conversation in the first place. These generalized statements. They don't learn people for who they are. They attach all of these statistics and these prejudicial examples to associate with every person of that creed or color. You know, I feel like I'm kind of going everywhere now, but anyways, like it's from my standpoint, like just going right back to what I was mainly trying to express is just that there are a lot of other barriers that aren't being addressed, that aren't being acknowledged when it comes to this education crisis or policy change. Like I think that's why there's a lot of pushback, from the left in terms of how things are being handled or what the solution that's being provided is. And that's where like my even just going back to what I had said before, where I don't think that people that don't come from that it's hard for me to believe that the people that don't come from that walk of life are going to understand the barriers that are in place.
I'd push back on Anthony's point. I hadn't seen data
On everything?
On everything. No, I mean, I have not seen the data that would suggest over the past 50 years that Black people have lost ground. I've actually seen the opposite. When you look at income, we look at educational attainment, we look at, mobility. I think the only thing you could probably make that argument for is wealth, which has its own particular issues.
I'd say population too. As far as like percentage.
Yeah, I guess the basic point I'm making is you look at Black people's access into the middle income, to let's say middle class incomes, middle class lifestyle, that's definitely increased over the past 50 years. And so this draconian view that Black people have gotten worse and the outcomes are super bleak on a relative basis, I just don't think that's accurate based on statistics. At least I haven't seen those statistics.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Of course, I'm not one to go and dive into statistics, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really got much more. I feel like I've been already like pretty long-winded in this conversation. So if we want to move on past this topic, or if anybody else wants to jump in, please do so.
Well, I'm just going to say this about education. At the end of the day, the moves that are being made with the current administration aren't addressing the real problems, which is literacy. For Black males, literacy is the biggest problem. It's not being addressed. It continues to grow. They have delayed the new numbers to come out because they know it's going to be worse because of COVID. But prior to COVID, if I'm correct, only 36% of Black males in the 12th grade were reading at the 12th grade level. You know what I mean? So that means that 7 out of 10 weren't reading as a high school senior, but they're a high school senior. Like, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. You know what I mean? And so reading ties into everything else. So if you can't read, there's so much other stuff you can't do. And then we get surprised about the divide between Black men and Black women. And whatever we're doing is not working. Whatever we're doing with Black women has been working, which is probably why the Republicans are so pissed off at attacking Black women as much as they can. But at the end of the day, whatever we're doing, it's not working right now with the regular education system. And it has nothing to do with whether it was a Black school, white school, whatever. It's just not working.
But if you look at places where it is working, it's predominantly progressive areas. You look at places like Massachusetts, New Jersey, you know, you look at places like that have pretty good education systems. I mean, at least my perspective, I think it's very well understood in modern research how to educate children and even how to educate underprivileged children. It just requires resources. It requires skill, capacity, human capital, dedication. It's a question of will. And I would make the argument that there just isn't the will there to do it. People don't really care to do it. But it's not like it's not like 50, 100 years ago where people don't understand how this thing works. I mean, you certainly have systems that have been established that have been tested, that delivered resources. They're just very hard to replicate because they take a lot of resources. And this administration is actually extracting resources from those communities. So
agreed. And just to give you reference, like New Jersey is excellent for education, still not for black males. If you pull up the numbers, I just looked at it for the first number I found was for fourth grade. They said their report says on 2024, fourth grade, 10% of black male third graders are meeting or exceeding the expectation for literacy. That means 90% are not at the right level. That's fucking nuts.
If you control for economics and resources, do you still see the same numbers?
No, I think that has something to do with it. I think that definitely has a lot to do with it. And I just think that, like, there's not enough reading happening in our communities. I think there's not enough access to books in our schools. And when I say books, it has to be books people want to read. You know what I mean? So when you have a school book that doesn't have any black people in it, a social studies book, you think it ain't about me, so I'm not really that interested.
That's a fact, bro. I remember spending fucking 18 months learning about the Revolutionary War, and I'm like, God damn, like, I don't give a fuck about the Boston Tea Party, but obviously there was some important information in there, to understand civics and shit to an extent, but yeah, it was long and drawn out, that's a fact. But I think that was the thing too, though, that why, also there's so much pushback against this, this administration when it comes to, like, even, their attacks on, history in itself, and why so many people are opposed to it is based off of that thought process in itself.
I agree.
I always be sitting here wondering why, or I'm like sitting here wondering why the stage is so quiet, but then I forget, like, a lot of y'all are on the East Coast, so it's hella late over there.
Yeah, they was jumping a little while ago when I was on here, when I first left the house. I just stepped out right now. I'm in Cali, though, so I'm up.
Yeah, the whole time, I think I've been in here for like an hour or so, probably a little bit longer, and yeah, it's been kind of dead.
This dude Travis was in here tiring me out earlier. That nigga was going crazy.
Oh yeah, for real.
Oh, he was in here while you were here?
Yeah, I wasn't on stage. I was just listening, and I could. Everybody was jumping up, but I mean, I get it. He'd be saying some off the wall shit.
Nah, he was trying to get a little attention, so we had to respond to some of his foolishness.
Yeah.
He was like, I learned that this is a talking app. We're like, what the hell? Yes.
Yeah, that was dumb. He discovered it, like Christopher Columbus.
But then he said he was the smartest person in the room. I got more degrees than all of
shortly after that. Like, he only gets on here when he's drinking. I think that's.
Oh, okay. So then that came out later. Yeah, I wasn't here when that came out.
Yeah, that's why Anthony told him. Yeah, that's why Anthony told him, like, I think you're a little too inebriated for this conversation. And he tried to deny it, but I'm like, you literally just said that like 20 minutes ago. So
that's funny.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on, like, what's the next right move? What's the next right step? Moving forward, like, in terms of, like, just changing how society operates, how we address these issues, how we address politics, like anything in general. Like, what do you think would be a positive move in that direction?
I think we're 100% in a position where the current government leadership is the problem. We got to make a change. I don't know that the Republicans would ever grow the cojones to get rid of this man. So it might just be planning for the future. But he's unstable. He's dishonest, and he's a racist. So I'm good. Like, that in itself is a problem. Yeah, you can't, like, stay in your house and not move forward and get your bills paid while that's happening. But that's a major part of the problem. His policies he's creating are going to be harmful for us for a long time.
I agree, especially even, like, the stance on, like, the Republican Party. Like, I think it's apparent, like, nobody on the, in terms of the Republicans really have any balls. Like, if you look at, half of the people in his cabinet, they were all people that were in opposition of him, and now they're kissing his ass because he won. Because it was viewed that he was the one that was going to garner the support of the masses.
That's a fact. Right? And they've been afraid of him until a couple recently obviously have stood up to him, but they've been afraid of him.
Yeah, that's why I was honestly, some people were kind of celebrating the idea that Marjorie Taylor Greene was stepping down, and me personally, like, I've despised her for the longest. I think majority of us have, but I was appreciative of her switch and her at least having the balls. Like, I don't expect her to, like, I don't expect her to, like, look out for my best interests, but I did appreciate her at least, like, having the balls to voice her opinion in opposition. Not to say that, I want them all. I mean, yeah, of course, at this point, yeah, I want them all to be opposed to him. But
right.
I was just appreciative of the fact that, like, at least she stood up for what she believed in, whereas a lot of these people just kind of are just going with the flow and, and co-signing this bullshit, so I felt like that was kind of a blow, I don't think that it was necessarily, I didn't think that it was a benefit, her stepping down.
Yeah, I've had a hatred for her for a minute based on things that she's done. So it kind of was the what did Malcolm X say? The chicken's coming home to the roost. It just caught up with her, and it's gonna catch up with more people. And I honestly could see more people going to jail at some point because I feel like there's stuff we don't know that's probably still going on. And I know that's from a conspiracist type of thing, but when you're just dishonest like that, I just don't know what to believe. There's, like, not much you could tell me that if someone just said right now, like, hey, so yeah, he's been stealing X amount of dollars from this, I would probably believe it now because he's done so much and just given such a disregard for the rules that I don't trust him at all.
Yeah, no, I agree. And even just, trying to tear down every institution that is supposed to regulate. I mean, granted, none of them are perfect at it because, I mean, we've all been aware of, like, or have become aware of, the corruption that is there within the government. But, and of course, this is kind of like the education system. Something needs to be done. But just tearing it down to absolute nothing doesn't fix the problem.
No, I think he's doing opposite. He's trying to make it worse. When I think of how he did the CRT lie his first time around, that whole thing was a complete lie, and he fooled people into believing it. He picked up something that he knew was a lie. He picked it up off of Twitter and Fox News, and he helped spread it. And people honestly believed that we were teaching first and second graders some course, right? Mm-hmm. Something that's taught as higher level education. CRT was never meant to be taught to kids, and it was never intended to be, and it never was being taught to kids. But people still believe it to this day because that's the lie he tells. There's people who still believe that they can wash out COVID with bleach because those are the lies that he tells. And it's dangerous. It's really dangerous to have that man with our codes to the bombs. It's dangerous to have that man be the person that's in charge of our country.
Yeah. And then honestly, that's the thing that's been so, disappointing. And I hate when I hear, this is the beginning of the downfall of an empire. But I really hate it because I don't like to be pessimistic. I don't think that it does me any service. But at the same time, to think that so many people, and this is the part where I'm like, are people this ignorant, or are they?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes. They don't want to shuck and jive for them.
Yeah, I'm like, are they ignorant, or is it willful ignorance to disguise a deeper motive? Those are the only two questions I'm left with, at this point. So,
Anthony there's a couple of MAGAs on stage. At the end of the day, there are people that just want to be down with the king. That's just what it is. They want to pretend like they're down with what he's doing, even though I think some of the people are intelligent enough to know what he's doing is wrong.
Yeah. I think that at certain points he can realize that what he's doing. We've seen him walk back, like the tariffs. That was one of his main points, right? And we've seen him walk that back, and it wasn't due to the pushback that he was getting about it. He doesn't give a fuck about people pushing back against his ideas, but maybe he's like, okay, well, maybe I didn't think about this all the way through. Let me walk it back. Or I'm questioning, is that what is going through his mind, or is it that this is intentional, where it's I'm basically how software companies have operated, where it's all right, let's create a virus so that people now have to invest in something called an antivirus. Let's create the problem so that I can provide a solution and I can be the hero. Let me take away, let's pretend the Democrats are taking away the food stamps, and hey, I'm trying to get our food stamps back for you people. It's time and time again. And obviously we're only a year into this shit, but it's just I don't know how people are blind to that shit, and people still are oh, it's the Dems' fault. Blame the left. It's just, it's crazy. These are really crazy times that we live in, and at the end of the day, I just hope that, I don't know. It's part of me hopes that society's not this stupid, but if they aren't that stupid, then what the fuck is the rationale behind it?
Well,
and that's even, I guess that would be
question. The majority voted for him. No matter how you look at it, the majority wanted this man in charge, knowing how he did last time, knowing what he said he was going to do. So it tells us a lot about America. So that's the first thing. The other thing just talking about tariffs, though, I actually thought the tariffs and I caught some heat for it in the space, but I thought tariffs are a good idea. I knew he wasn't the right person to execute it, which he proved. He was weaponizing tariffs and trying to be like, oh, well, you call me a name, so now you get a tariff. You know, like, that's not how you do it. I was hoping that he did it in a way that it would boost American-made products, things that were printed here. Even to my own demise, because me and my wife have a publishing company. We print overseas because it's so much freaking cheaper. Why is it so much cheaper? Because of the labor.
Yeah.
The labor, they don't pay what we pay out here, and that's not right. I know it's not right, but because our competitors do it, the only way that I can compete as a self-publisher at a large scale is to print in China. Plain and simple.
Yeah. I already know. Like I was part of my business. We were attempting to create a clothing brand. Like we started probably last summer as far as game planning and shit. And we got our first product made September, October, right? And then so I mean we had a little bit of time, but we got into this new year, and then all of a sudden shit just got a little bit more expensive, and it's like anybody that has started a clothing brand knows that there's a big investment that it already takes prior to this. So increasing those costs isn't necessarily feasible for something that you got to do a lot of testing initially, so there needs to be a good amount of funding behind it. So we kind of put that on the back burner, for the moment. But
what do you make?
What's that?
What do you make? What kind of clothing?
Like streetwear. And we weren't even doing anything crazy. We were just doing t-shirts just to start things off. It's really more so not necessarily a streetwear brand that we're trying to create as much as it is like merch for a community that we're attempting to build, which is revolving around like our marketing company. But essentially the idea behind it is, because a part of our company is the educational aspect, where it's teaching people how to operate in that realm on their own, without having to like hire us. It's like, here, we'll give you the game. You just got to be willing to take it.
Did you consider Printify?
Yeah, Printful.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. The margins are horrible, but at least there's no risk, right?
Yeah, no, that's for sure. It's definitely been put on the table. Me personally, I'm opposed to it because I don't like the quality, and I believe that part of it is because like our primary target, or like our primary clientele is streetwear brands. So it's like something, I mean, it is always something that we throw out there as an option for people trying to start a clothing brand.
Right.
But
check out Printify, because they'll let you change the quality of the shirt you use and things like that. So they have different levels. Like, okay, you want to do this level, this level, this level. And the reason why we did it because we didn't want to get into clothing, but we had so many people going like, "Hey, we love your books. Why don't you make some shirts, make some hats?" And so we were like, "Screw it." We just threw Printify on there because we use Shopify anyways, and they have an integration, so we were able to do it right through our website. And then just makes a few extra dollars. The margins are horrible because Printify takes most of the money, but it was easy cash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, it is a good opportunity to be able to get something off the ground. I battle myself with those thoughts, because I always feel like, first impression is everything, especially when it comes to, from my own, I think about it from a consumer standpoint, but, in all actuality, the more that I think about it, it's like, it's not even necessarily about that, because people wouldn't be attaching themselves to it based on it being the upper echelon of a clothing brand. It's more so to support the community and support the movement. So
I respect that.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like I'm kind of I'm torn. I'm hella torn because part of me wants it to be like a legacy brand, and something that I stand behind in terms of like delivering a high quality piece of uh, merchandise, to people that give that support, and not so much like that. The part of it is it's hard to be genuine in the approach and not be driven by the money, but the money is a key aspect to getting it going and keeping it going. So it's trying to find the balance within the two. Because I don't like operating like where I'd feel some sense of guilt, and you're right. Like I definitely should entertain the idea of Printify and see what type of options that they provide. Because if we are able to create a piece of merchandise that I'm proud of, then I wouldn't have that type of complex around it. So yeah, I feel like it's funny. It feels like I'm a Gemini. I'm not, but I'm a Libra, so I try to find balance in everything. Like, yeah. What's your so you guys are your what's your business? A publishing company or your?
Yeah, publishing company. My wife is an author, so she her first book series was the ABCs that HBCUs. And then she wrote the ABCs of Black Wall Street. Then the ABCs. So those two were in Target nationwide for Black History Month. So we did really well there. And then the White House reached out to us. This was the old administration, and they flew my wife and my daughter out there for this huge cybersecurity conference. So then they asked her to write a book about cybersecurity. So that was her next book, The ABCs of Cybersecurity. And then her newest one is The ABCs of the Harlem Renaissance. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we keep
y'all got IG or anything or website?
Yeah, let me give you our website, but we're on TikTok, LinkedIn, Instagram, everywhere. But let me throw it in the chat, make it easy.
Yeah, definitely. Do you got a link tree with everything?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Does it have the links to everything else, like your social media?
Yeah, they'll all be posted on there, and then the only one that might not be on there is our LinkedIn. That one you have to go directly to LinkedIn. But yeah, you can get to all of them on there.
Okay.
That's why I'm out right now. I was listening earlier, packing up orders. We had a huge day today, so packing up orders, and then now I'm mailing them all out. Just ran to the little 24-hour post office.
Okay. Oh wow! So you guys do like kids books?
Yeah, all children's.
Oh, okay.
And then we do flashcards and just stuff towards kids.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so tied in the education discussion.
Yeah, I feel it. Look, so this is dope. Like, all right, so I do like Google marketing, like Google ads and stuff for like YouTube channels and stuff, and like music artists. One of the channels that I had been working with up until recently is a channel called Jules TV. They kind of operate a little bit on the education. They do like nursery rhymes basically, so they do a little bit of the educational stuff, but they're like similar to like Gracie's Corner. But yeah, you should check them out. That'd be, I don't know, I could see some sort of like collaboration going on there.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
And what is it called?
Jules TV, JOOLS TV.
Cool.
It's on YouTube. I mean, that's like their biggest platform. They got a decent following on IG, but on like YouTube, you'll see like they're pushing close to 1 billion.
Oh damn. We definitely need to connect with them.
Yeah. So.
All right, I'm looking at that right now.
Yeah, although he's definitely put himself out there as a face somewhat of it. I mean, the whole channel, like the characters on it are his kids, and him and his wife are characters in the content itself. He's not out full, or he doesn't like out himself as far as who he is. But I thought it was hella cool just because of like my recognition. I don't necessarily. It's not him that I recognize, but it's his brother. So he's you know the show Ridiculousness on MTV with Rob Deerdeck.
Oh yeah. I didn't know that was the name of it. But yeah, I know exactly what it is.
So where they did like the Tosh Point oh type of channel where they like watch videos and talk about them and shit, right? Viral videos.
Yeah.
So you remember how you remember the DJ that was on there, Stilo Brim?
Yeah.
The black dude. So it's his brody that
that's cool.
is on. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'll definitely get him.
Yeah, it was a cool little story that I had when I first got introduced to it. That I was like, oh shit, that's dope. It's just dope when you like, especially when you're like just normal. You ain't. Yeah, not that I get starry-eyed or anything like that, but it's still just like cool to be able to make those connections. Like, okay, somebody out here that's been involved somewhat in the industry, or has a taste of that experience. Like, and it was cool initially just because it's like, okay, the world is smaller than I actually thought. But yeah, I mean, that'd be dope. That'd be dope to see that type of connection happening.
No, we do a lot of collabs, so I'm down.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to him. I'll see if I can get a hold of him and see what the best way of.
So is he in Washington?
Nah, he's in Chicago.
Oh, okay, cool. How did y'all connect?
Just through mutual acquaintances. Like my cousin, he's the one that like founded our business, and I'm kind of like I try to position myself as in an assistant role, but he's the one that's got some crazy ass connections. I can't quite remember who it was, but some mutual acquaintance between the two of them helped connect the two. But yeah, definitely, I'll see if I can get in touch with him and see what his thoughts are. Even just making the introduction, and then y'all can take it from there. See what happens. But I'll see.
Cool. And are you on LinkedIn?
Nah.
Oh, you need to be on LinkedIn, man. LinkedIn is crazy for connections. Have you been on there? It's crazy for connections. But even if you're not on, you can still pull me up on LinkedIn. So I'm not connecting all my info stuff. So just pull up Brian Walker on LinkedIn. You'll see a black face with HBCU Prep School, and it'll come up. But yeah, if you can connect me, that'd be great.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm interested in connecting with them anyways, though.
Yeah.
All right, let me get ready to run into the house, man. I'll holler at y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, man.